Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. the only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest-growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific. integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Donicia Barnes, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will have a fireside chat with Toria Howard. Toria Howard is a Detroit native and licensed Michigan realtor who began her real estate career in Memphis in 2020 and now helps families build wealth through home ownership. With advanced degrees in education and operations, Toria also specializes in credit restoration, business funding, government contracting, and as the author of 2 empowering ebooks, she is dedicated to guiding others towards financial freedom and lasting success. I present to you Toria Howard.
Hello, everyone. It's a great day to have a great day. It's great to be here with the Black Business Network. I'm just excited.
Thank you for joining us. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. So, Miss Toria, you were born and raised in Detroit. How did your upbringing influence your drive to uplift your community through real estate and financial literacy?
If you know a Detroiter, then you know resilience, you know hard work, you know loyalty, you know just loving on the city is loving on yourself. So I I grew up, my dad worked at Chrysler, shout out to my dad. He worked for Chrysler for 30 years. So I've been around cars all my life. My dad was very credit savvy, still is. And he knew how to play the game. I just didn't learn how to play the game like he did. I learned a lot of lessons. I don't want to say mistakes. I learned a lot of lessons throughout my years on this earth. I'll be 44 June 18th. So, I've learned a lot from him, watching him, but he didn't really know how to teach me. So I learned a lot of lessons bumping my head, getting the credit cards in college. I went to Michigan State University for undergrad, and, getting out of that debacle to, in and out of, credit going up and down, not really knowing how to use credit cards as an adult. And I just had an epiphany one day, and I was like, I can't keep living my life like this. It's like, I got to change. I bought a house in Memphis, March of 2010, and ended up basically giving the house back in June of 2019 through a short sale because I wasn't financially literate enough. So that really woke me up to wanting to be more financially literate and show people how, not to learn the hard money lessons that I had to learn, and how home ownership and financial literacy goes hand in hand, and how it can enhance your life in so many different ways, just owning your own home. I took it for granted, but it's just, this city is just full of life. People thought that we were dead. We'd been resurrected. It's a lot of things going on. So I came back home to do just that, to give back to the city that raised me.
Right.
Not only will I, they pay me, but this city raised me to who I am, the resilience, the hard work, the dedication, the loyalty to the city. Nobody can talk about this city to me in a bad way at all.
Okay.
So that's how everything has been shaped, because of this beautiful city and my parents. God.
Well, what would you consider your biggest challenge when you launched your real estate career in 2020 during the height of a global pandemic?
Well, the funny thing is, I started wanting to be a real estate investor, and I'm a nerd. So I went, anything that I'm in, I want to dive deep and get all the education. So I went to get my real estate license because I wanted to be more aware of what that's buying and selling side looks like, because I wanted to be able to operate my own transaction. So I didn't go into it wanting to be a just $1 million realtor, this realtor that's on billboards. I really just wanted to be able to broker my own deals without having nobody else try to, be in my way. And that's just what it was. So I found my passion for real estate back in 2017 when I had surgery and I was watching HGTV. I know, cliche, right? I started. I love the way they took things and beautified it, and that's the plan. So that is the main goal, is to beautify and triple the worth of wherever I am, and being involved in my community. So the best way to do it is to be here. So I didn't really think of it then. I know we were going through a lot, but I really did it for the education. I didn't do it for the money.
Okay, well, that's a great start. Is when you're doing this research for yourself and you see how much you grow and progress, you want to help others do the same.
Right.
So I think that's great. Well, in regards to real estate and credit, what's one myth about real estate and or credit that you're constantly working to dispel with your clients?
Credit cards are bad.
Okay.
And credit cards help build your profile, unfortunately. And lenders are looking for you to have those credit cards. So you have to have them. So people don't know how to use credit cards. I didn't either.
I'll agree.
You use credit cards for the things you already had the money for. Your gas, your groceries, pay your phone bill, things you're going to pay off immediately. And that is what helps your credit grow. I helped a young lady purchase a home who had that same mindset. I hate credit cards. I'm never going to buy everything with cash. And I said, well, if you want to be a homeowner, that's going to have to change. And within 3 months, she started, changing her mindset. Within 6 months, she was ready to purchase a home, but she didn't have enough savings for the program she was in. So she had to wait another 4 months. And within 10 months, she was a homeowner by just debunking that myth of credit cards being bad. You just have to use them for what they are for, which is to help you build your profile to get other things. Like, people don't use credit as leverage, real estate as leverage. People don't want to start. Another thing about real estate is people don't want to buy the tiny house, the small house, the starter house. Nobody wants to start no more. I don't understand that. You go from an apartment to a mansion. If you won the lottery, bravo. But you have to start somewhere. And a lot of people don't like to admit where they are. Be okay with that.
Yeah.
So the starter home thing, because we have a lot of development going on in Detroit. It's billions of dollars being pumped into this city right now, from businesses to redevelopment, everything. And if you're not buying these ugly houses right now, you're not going to be able to buy a house here.
Wow.
In the next 5 years, well, probably in some neighborhoods it's about to be 2, because they pushed up the Joe Louis Greenway. So some neighborhoods you're going to be pushed out in 2 years. They have another development in another part of the city where they're redoing a historic high school. So that's going to be priced out. Downtown is already priced out. So like, people not understanding, like, the quote unquote hood now is about to get unhooded.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
So can you walk me through the moment you realized your work was making a real difference in someone's life?
I first found out that I make an impact on people by being an educator first.
Okay.
I've been an educator for 15 years. I've taught high school. I'm teaching middle school right now. That was when the first time I realized how impactful I was. I still talk to some of my old students, and I've been doing this certified teacher. I've been teaching since 2004.
Okay.
But I've been, I took a 2-year hiatus, but that's when I first realized how impactful I could be.
Yeah.
Being able to transform the minds of children. And adults are a little bit harder.
Right.
But, I still have that impact. Like I just told you the story about the young lady in the credit cards. I mean, after our first talk, she started changing. So I think, being an educator and then speaking with her directly and having that relationship with her and how she turned it around so quickly. Like, usually people don't make moves like that in initial conversation with them. Like, that was our first conversation. I was on her YouTube channel, and she interviewed me. And we had a conversation after the interview, and I was just letting her know. And she became a homeowner, and she's about to buy another house. So she's going to turn that into an investment property. She's been a homeowner for 2 years now.
Awesome.
In March. So she's looking to buy an investment property because she knows, and she bought her home for $98,000. Her home in the next 2 to 5 years is going to be 2 to 3 times more than that.
Yes, ma'am. What advice do you give to someone who feels overwhelmed by debt or poor credit, that don't know where to start?
You have to really sit down and figure out your relationship with money. You have to realize, like, I'm a spender, right? I tend to spend everything I have. I know my flaw, right? So you have to figure out, are you a hoarder? Are you a spender? Are you a little bit of both? Because we all know how it feels when we have money. We feel good. We feel like we can go and do anything.
Yeah.
And we know how it feels like when that count is in the negative too.
Yeah.
It makes you sad. It makes you mad. It makes you angry. Right? So people have to realize their relationship with money. I'm still working through some things myself. Like I said, I'm a spender. Sometimes my outflow, exceeds my inflow. And that's a lot of people's problems, living beyond their means.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it's because of a lot of things have gotten, I can speak, I'm just speak for myself. The pay, the buy now, pay later.
Yeah.
Things has really, because I've been a victim. I'm paying some stuff off now. But sometimes we get attracted to the things of life instead of realizing that we are actually setting ourselves back even further.
Right.
So my advice is to really sit down and really feel, what is my relationship with money? What am I doing? And people don't like to look at their budget. You have to. You have to know. We always know what's coming in, especially if you have a 9-to-5. We always know what's coming in. But are you understanding? Are you really looking at what is going out? The subscriptions, the eating out. Like I was talking to a young man, and we went through his budget, and he didn't even realize he was spending $600 a month on Uber Eats. $600.
Ooh, between the meals, the fees, the delivery, the tips.
I mean, because you really can't get nothing from Uber Eats under $30. I'm just saying, because of the tipping and the service, all these different things, unless you're just eating McDonald's. But even McDonald's about 20 something. So when you order it from Uber Eats, you have to really take a look at, where are you bleeding? And is it a necessary expense? I'm not telling people, think of a budget and think of like it's gonna put me in a chokehold. It's gonna hold me down.
They think what they can't do.
Right. Instead, it's showing you what you're doing and what you need to stop doing, because that's a lot of money to spend on Uber Eats, cook sometime. Yeah. I'm not saying like you don't have the luxury of going out to eat, because sometimes we want to go enjoy a fine restaurant. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Do it once a month instead of every weekend.
Right.
We get caught up in the feeling of things because we want to feel good. When you go to brunch, ladies, how much are you spending? $150? I know you spend about $150 by yourself. with the flights and the food and all of the things, so you have to look at your budget and be like, okay, what are something that's non-negotiable? Like my hair, that's a non-negotiable. Right. That has to be in my budget. Your savings should be in your budget.
Oh yeah,
that should be a part of your expenses and in a separate bank account. Right. So if there's non-negotiables like your hair, your nails, maybe you got to look good for your job or something. Okay, that needs to be put in there. But are you looking at the subscriptions? Like Rocket Money will show you the subscriptions that you are, sometimes we get caught up and forget to cancel subscriptions and stuff, trials and stuff. You got $3.99 here, $9.99 here, $10.99. That stuff adds up.
Yeah. And then you got to think about the tactic where you go to cancel.
Oh, yeah.
Jump through all those hoops and then you forget to do the hoops.
Exactly.
You're paying on it, ain't even using it.
Exactly. So that's the thing. Like, you just have to understand your relationship with money. And once you figure out what you're doing, then you get to your budget. Like, let's go down your bank statement and let's look at what you're spending on. Because we're not going to do it off the top of our head, because we're going to put down what we want to. Right. Let's look at what you're really spending, and let's go through with this highlighter. Like, oh, you went to Starbucks 20 times in 1 month. Do you really need to? Like, because we constantly swiping. That's another problem. The swiping, because it's just like out of sight, out of mind. We tapping now. I love a good tap. Boom, I'm out. So, it's just learning that you got to learn about yourself.
Right. And you got to be honest with yourself.
And honest. It's going to hurt.
Honest. And I mean, the thing is, like, it's your budget. Nobody else has to see it besides you.
Exactly. But I think people get caught up in the fact that they're embarrassed of themselves. And they don't like to see the embarrassment. If it's just them, they don't even want to see it. They don't want to know about it. They don't want to look at it. That's just like when you failed, when my students, they know they failed a test. They don't even want to see it. They already know they failed. They don't even want to see the embarrassment. They don't want to turn the paper over. They don't want to do anything. So I think as adults, we get that as well, where it's like, I don't want to look at this because this is holding me accountable.
Right.
Now I'm looking at myself like, am I really spending this much money? Like, this is crazy. But it's good to look at that because it gives you a wake-up call.
Right. Okay, I want to talk about your book.
Okay.
What inspired you to write Journey to Your Castle and House Rich and Money Smart? And how do they reflect your mission?
So it's a segue to my actual book, which I have written for homeowners. That is very detailed on the home ownership journey from the start of thinking about it, looking at your budget. Like, in my actual book, I have all these things, but I wanted to give somebody something a little bit more bite-sized.
Yeah.
Because I was like, let me start with this, and then I'll pull out this. So I just pulled some pieces from my actual book that I'll be putting out. And I made that Journey to Your Castle, which is my baby, to my big baby.
Yeah.
And I'm showing first-time home buyers how to go from concept to goal setting to mindset, because you got to change your mindset when you become a homeowner.
Yes, Lord.
People don't understand that part of it. And I think that's the reason why a lot of people are afraid to be homeowners, because they know a change has to occur, and it can be difficult because you have to have those hard conversations with others and yourself. And when you go, and a lot of people make the mistake of going to lenders first and trying to get pre-approval, and then they get that denial. That's just like getting that F in school.
Yeah.
That back all over again. But this time is unexpected. It's out of nowhere because you thought you studied and you crammed and you went in there and you didn't know what you were doing. And then it gave you like, well, you don't qualify for it, because you got this. So then that makes you intimidated. So I'm showing homeowners how to negate that part and go straight into learning the process on their own first before they even get to the lender where they see the disappointment. Do you know how to read your own credit report? Have you looked at your credit report? Do you know what it says? Do you know what's at all the addresses and the work history? All that stuff makes a difference. Do you know if you have your open accounts have any lates on them? Do you have derogatories? All your credit report shows you everything from your address to your occupation to your open accounts to closed accounts to your they put the derogatories at the bottom because they figure people don't want to scroll up. To scroll down enough to be able to see it. So they put all that stuff at the bottom, and your public record is on there. Your bankruptcies, all these if you owe child support, all these different things are on there. So you have to be able to know your credit report, because people think it's just a score. You could have a 720 credit score and get denied a home because your profile is not where it needs to be.
Yeah.
So you can have good credit and get denied. You can have bad credit and get denied, because you have to know what that credit report says. You have to have at least 4 accounts that are active, non-late, and you are, actually, it's actually moving, like you're doing something with. So, it could be 2 credit cards or 2 installment loans. Those are your car loans or furniture bill. You can put your rent on your credit as an installment loan. I'm affiliated with Rental Karma. Rental Karma is a company that'll let you put your rent if you've been on time. Now you want to put it on there if you haven't been on time. Then you can have your rent, help you purchase your home. You have to have at least 4 accounts. 6 is great, 4 is good. And, you want those limits to be like your credit card limits. You need them to be more than $500. Right. I'll say that. So you're looking to have your credit cards at least 1,000 or more.
Right.
Even if you have to do, I'm losing it. A secured credit card. I always tell my clients, start with 1,000. Get your tax return, whatever it is, save it up, whatever. Put 1,000 up there first, because like banks like Navy Federal, they turn around theirs in 6 months, and they will give you they will match you. So you'll have a $2,000 unsecured credit card once you're done with their trial period, because they want to see what you're going to do.
Right.
So, you have to find those banks that's going to give you what you're worth as well, like Navy Federal, and choose, like, if you don't have a credit card, I will go that route with major banks. And then that's another thing. You have to have major banks on there, credit unions. I hate to say it, but, those credit cards where they're giving you, and I don't want to say nobody's name.
Oh, I was just...
Y'all know what I'm talking about. The first PIMs and all of them like that, those type of credit cards is 35% interest and crazy and all this. No, they're going to try to get you because they know you got bad credit and they want to be able to use your bad credit to make them pay more interest. So no, you go to a major bank, you get a secure credit card, put your own money up and use it. So that's another thing people think, like, well, I got all these credit cards, like I should be good. Well, you got these low tier banks. You don't have a Bank of America. You don't have a Michigan First Credit Union. You don't have a Teachers First Credit Union. You don't have, Wells Fargo, and you don't have any substantial banks on your, or at least credit unions on there. So it makes a difference. So I'm showing people in my book, like, how just to get prepared before you talk yourself out of it because you didn't got denied because you missed some steps along the way. Like, let's not miss the steps. Let's start here. So that's the reason why, because I know how it feels to get denied for something. It's embarrassing. It's kind of heartbreaking, especially when you had your heart set on it. So I'm striving to, even though when I bought my first home, I became, I was, okay. But, I've been denied for other things before in the past. So I'm just showing people how to just negate that so you won't have that feeling, and just learn how to get your house in order. Now, House Rich and Money Smart came about because of the fact that when I became a homeowner, I neglected my home. I just sat in there and squatted in there. I didn't take care of her. I didn't take care of what God gave me. I was not a good steward of my money. Okay. Because your house is your money. And if I would have known what I know now, then it'd have been a whole different story. I was a homeowner for 9 years. I didn't take care of my house that great, so some maintenance had to be done. I had got behind on my mortgage, so I had to sell it. And I sold it in a short sale. A year before the pandemic. Well, I should say 6 months before the pandemic, I sold my house. And I get nothing. So in the short sale, you basically sell your home for nothing. You get nothing. We had built up some equity, but we owed the bank. We owed the other people. So they got all the money and we got nothing. So that was very heartbreaking for me. Right. And I didn't want others to go through that. And then on top of that, they just kept doing the dagger into me. During the pandemic, my house doubled in worth. Ooh. Okay. So I bought that house at $150,000, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 2,700 square feet. Let's put that into context. Yeah. You know how much that house is worth right now? Almost $400,000.
Oh, wow.
Because of the area that it's in.
Yeah.
Because the area that I was in, the appreciation is 5% every year, year on year. Plus, the real estate boom just kind of made it just
take it through the roof,
like a rocket.
Yeah.
So 2020, it went from 160 to 270, 280. 2022, it went to 300. 2023, when I left Memphis, it was 350.
Oh my God.
Right now,
yeah,
it's 385. Almost 400,000. So I say all that to say that's the reason why I wrote House Rich and Money Smart. I was not house rich. I was not money smart. Do you understand how much equity I would have had if I would have just waited? If I would have just waited one more year to sell my house, I would have had $100,000 in my pocket.
Yeah.
Probably 150.
Yeah.
So I just want people to be like, we take things for granted so much. And I want people not to do that. Like if you're a homeowner, you have to have your financial literacy has to step up. Like you have to have a budget for your home repairs. Know how much a roof costs, your HVAC, your plumbing, your electrical, and your foundation, and save for that stuff every month. All you do is, like, if your roof costs $15,000, depending on, how big your house is, and it maybe roofs don't last that long these days. Probably, we used to have 30 years. Now you got about 15, 20. So you take that and you divide that 15,000 by the 20 or 15, whatever that is. And then you take that number, you divide it by 12, then you'll know how much you need every single month. Because yes, have home warranty, have homeowners insurance, but we all know insurance companies always like to find a way not to pay.
Yep.
So when you get to that problem and you like, I got insurance. Did you read your fine print? Yeah. They said they're not going to replace your roof if this happens. They'll replace it if this happens. Right. So we miss a lot of that fine print, especially home warranties too. If you don't read your home warranty, some things are not covered. Like people think, well, I got my HVAC is covered. No, the parts are. So if it completely goes out, then you got to buy a new one. So I'm showing homeowners how to just use their home to build wealth. Like once you pay your mortgage down, use that equity to invest in whatever it is that you want to invest in. I'm a real estate person, so I'm always going to tell you about more real estate. But, I talked to a lady who said she used her equity all the time to invest in the stock market. Whatever that is, that you use your home to help you build wealth. You can use it for leverage. You can use it to help you. So that's why I'm telling people in Detroit, like, buy in the hood right now where this greenway is going, because your house is about to double in 2 years, and you stay in there for 2 years. You can go buy your mansion almost by the time your equity, because once you pay it down, come on, like you buy a house for $70,000, you put $30,000 in there, it's $100,000, but it's worth $175 right there. Right. You got equity already built in. Then when it boom, it's gonna be worth like $300,000. And guess what? You only bought it for $70,000. Yeah. And you basically all in for $100,000. You done stayed in it. You done paid that down because your mortgage is probably gonna be like $500. Yeah. And that's taxes, insurance, and principal, and all of that. About $500 on $100,000. You know what I mean? Like, or $70,000 probably gonna be like $300. Like, depending on how you coupled your construction costs in, because you do have loans where you can put your mortgage and your construction costs together, with buying and the construction part together. So it could be like $500 with $100,000, but it's so many things. So I'm just want people to not learn that hard lesson, because that hurt, especially when I saw how my house jumped, and I could have pocketed at this point right now probably $250,000. Yeah. You know what I could have did with $250,000? Yeah. So I don't want people to learn that hard money lesson. Use your home for what it's supposed to. Fix it up. I'm showing people what values certain areas of your home is worth. Like once you fix your home up, you tell your mortgage company your value is going to go up. Your equity is going to go up. From energy efficiency to fixing up your kitchen, like your kitchen alone could give you $50,000 to $70,000 worth. It's your worth $50,000 to $70,000. That's just one room. Yeah. Your because everybody loves the kitchen, the master bathroom. The master bathroom can give you $30,000 to $50,000 in worth. So if you take the higher end, if you just do those two rooms, you'd have added $120,000 worth of increase to your home value.
Yeah, I put in ceramic tile and granite tops in the kitchen and got new cabinets. And really some of the work we did ourselves.
Right. And it added tremendous value.
Yes, it did. So, and then I'm glad you mentioned that, because I recently upgraded my bathroom. I got to call
you better call them, let them know. Get that equity, girl. Like, don't leave no money on the table. So I'm just showing homeowners how not to leave money on the table. And I bundle it for first-time home buyers. Buy both of them, because then you'll have a step up once you get in. Then you'll know exactly what you need to do. So I give them a blueprint on, how to, budget for these things, how to pay off your mortgage faster, If you pay that extra principal payment, if you have it, you can, pay that extra principal payment a month. That's cutting your mortgage down by years. So if you do that for a year, you can pay your house off within, 7 to 15 years.
Yeah. Like, I hope people are paying attention, because you have dropped so many gems. I got up to 5 and stopped counting because I'm just listening. I done lost count to how many gems you've dropped already. I love what you're doing, and we need it so much.
Yes,
we need it so much. Like, really, the world needs this. But I get where you're coming from and who you want to help and why. But this is something, what you're doing for your customers should be a class in school.
Absolutely.
It should be either in high school or in college. It should be a course that people can take just to get that foundation before they go out in the world. I think what you're doing is wonderful. Can you share a story of a reader that has used your books to take meaningful steps towards homeownership and wealth building? I know you told us about the lady who got over her fear of credit cards, but someone that you've worked with that used your books to make a difference in their journey to homeownership.
So my business mentor actually bought the first one and the second one. Awesome. And she's getting married.
Yeah.
And they're looking to, purchase real estate together and for her nonprofit. So she told me how it has helped her and her fiance plan better for their home purchase. They live in Atlanta, so they have a different landscape. Atlanta home prices have jumped up significantly, and now both of them make substantially good money, but she just wanted to be able to understand how to buy right, because she'd be a first-time home buyer, even though she's been business consulting and doing all these things. She's been renting all this time.
Yeah.
And my ebook has changed her mindset on wanting to be a buyer, because once again, when they got together, they thought they was going to go and get an apartment together. But now they're looking to invest in real estate, because she's seeing and she also enlisted a money coach, and also used my book to impart with her money coach to help her be able to, get her credit report together. Because that's one thing she said, she does budgets, because she's a business consultant, but she just didn't really do her personal credit. So it made her take a deep dive into her personal credit, what she needs to do, some things she needs to add. And she said she's learned a lot. And she went back and bought the other one. She's like, I want to make sure I'm prepared. And, I'm like, okay, great.
As someone who is soon to be a best-selling author.
Thank you.
What do you hope readers take away from your story?
I just want people to learn how to leverage. It's leverage the knowledge, leverage the home, leverage the equity, like learn the dynamics of leveraging, because the education part of it leaps you to buying better. I want people to purchase homes in a sense, in the mindset of an investor. That's how I wrote my ebooks. Like, you have to be in a mind investor. You have to be able to know that as an real estate investor, we know exactly what things cost, from the drywall to the electrical. You don't have to go that far, but you need to make sure that you are leveraging the knowledge so that you're buying correctly and being able to use it to your advantage so that you can do more and more with it in the future.
I love it.
And teach your children.
Yes.
Let them learn too, because I'm doing it with my
Hey, that could be another idea of venture for you, is to teach what you teach to where a child could understand it.
Yeah, I do. I have something that I've done before for kids. Of course, as I'm an educator, but
yeah. I think that would be amazing. if children are even like, and it'll give them an appreciation for what their mom and dads are doing.
Yeah.
Have purchased homes, and they would have a different understanding of home ownership other than just some object that I'm saying is mine, to have that investment mentality when they're looking at it. What's your message to someone who feels stuck financially, emotionally, or professionally, but wants to get more out of life?
You have to get to the root of the problem. Like, why do you feel stuck?
Yeah.
Like, what is holding you back? A lot of it is self-sabotage. I know I had a lot of that.
Yeah.
I read a book called The Mountain Is You. I think of the author's name. Weiss is her last name. But that was a book that helped me realize that I was compartmentalizing. I was self-sabotaging. I was not really being my best self. I'm still working on myself. So you have to get to the root of the personal problem first in order for your business, your love life, your friendships, all of those things are not going to get better until you figure out what's going on with you. Like, the mountain is sometimes you, and a lot of times people are not hold themselves accountable for being their own problem. And what is it? Are you feeding yourself negativity by your speech? Are you, because I'm big on affirmation, so I speak what I seek until I see what I spoke. I'm big on that.
Yeah.
So I wasn't at first. It's been the last 5 years that I've been doing that. So it's a whole personal journey. I read that book, The Mountain Is You, like 3 times because I had to dive deep into myself. Like, I was really, 2022 was a year that kind of just was like, and I had to figure out, and of course I'm spiritual. I love God. So I dug deep into my relationship with God. I was in my prayer closet, my closet. It became a prayer closet. And I started hearing God's voice because I started getting the noise out.
Yeah.
A lot of times we have a lot of noise in our head too, from whatever it is that we learn from childhood, what people have said to you, parents, teachers. And that's one of the things that as a teacher, I always try to do. I never tell a child, it don't matter how worse they're bad they are or whatever. I never tell a child, you're not going to be nothing, you ugly, all these different things. I might poke fun of them and play with them, but I don't be on nothing serious. But, people, have a lot of trauma from, their past they're trying to work through. And then, the struggles of being an adult, because sometimes the decisions we've made, we're not a fan of, I should say. And, it's just a lot of things. So you just have to really get into that quiet place and settle your mind and either start journaling or really meditating and just really figuring out. What I found out about, I was being disobedient. I wasn't going to God enough with my decisions. I thought Toria's way was the right way, and it turned out bad for me every single time. So, you just have to get to that point where you figure out what's going on with you internally. And then once you figure that out and fix that, everything else would start, turning around.
I got you, Miss Toria. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your vulnerability here and in sharing your story and the transparency. Before we go, I would like for you to share with our audience how they can connect with you and work with you in the future.
Awesome. So if you Google me, you can find me because I'm on every platform you can think of. So, but I'm on Facebook, Toria D. Burton Howard on Facebook. I'm Queen Coach T. But all my other platforms I'm RE with T. LinkedIn is just my name. My YouTube channel is RE with T. My TikTok is RE with T. So I'm everywhere. My phone number It's 901-450-1134. You can send me a text if you have any questions. You want to set up a time for a consultation. Like I said, I'm everywhere. I'm not hard to find.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And I appreciate you sharing your expertise, your passion, and your mission with us. Well, everyone, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or 4 through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship funds. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2025. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like, that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done, you have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all y'all, all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And, you know, even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Donicia Barnes. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will have a fireside chat with Alonzo S. Events. Alonzo S. Events is a coach, consultant, author, and pastor dedicated to helping leaders build stronger teams and elevate organizational culture. As founder of A-Team Consulting, LLC, he brings over 16 years of technical experience and certified expertise in DISC, known as Disc-Based Leadership Development. Based in Columbia, South Carolina, Alonzo empowers entrepreneurs and organizations to lead with clarity, integrity, and purpose. I present to you Alonzo S. Events.
Hey, how's it going, Donicia?
I'm doing very well.
I'm doing great. I can't complain at all. Yeah, feeling good. Yeah.
Well, genius common. I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
So let's start with why. What life experiences led you to launch A-Team Consulting LLC, and how do those roots shape the work you do today?
Man, life has been interesting to say the least and phenomenal at the same time. So frustration for me, frustration. So I followed the rules, Donicia. Like, I did the best I could as a youth coming up through school to execute and perform well in school. And I did my best as well to get educated and get that quote unquote good job, you know, that we're told to do as we're all growing up. And I got to a place to where I was sitting in it was a newer apartment that I had. And I was happy because I was like, man, I always wanted to live in a high rise. So I finally had an apartment at a high rise. This is about 2009, 2010 timeframe. And I was laying on my couch. At the time, it was Sally Mae, blowing my phone up, right? I was broke. Account was in the red, but I was working 12 hours a day for 7 days a week. And I wish I was exaggerating, but I wasn't. For about a year and a half straight, and my account was still in the red. And I was like, man, something's not working.
Right.
I was upset. And what ended up happening was, I don't know if anybody else still falls asleep with the TV on and you see those infomercials come on, right? But it was the middle of the day on the weekend, and I was frustrated, couldn't go nowhere. And an infomercial came on about a seminar teaching about financial education, literacy, and that kind of thing. And I was like, man, I got to do something different. So let me see if this will help me. Fast forward, I went to the seminar. I paid money that I really didn't have for a weekend seminar. Went, got introduced because I couldn't afford the coaching packages. They were selling like $15,000, $20,000, $40,000 coaching packages. Ooh. And I couldn't afford that at the time, right? Mm-hmm. So I asked one of the facilitators at the event, how can I get started? What can I do? Because I can't afford that. Like, I don't have the credit to do it. I don't have the people that can lend me the money. What can I do? And she pointed me towards a local real estate investor association. It's called RIA. It's national. So if you're interested in real estate, or if you're just interested in connecting with investors, look up RIA. It's all over the country. But I got connected to some phenomenal local investors. And this is in the Hampton Roads, Virginia area that I'm talking about, because I'm not native to Columbia, South Carolina. And I connected with some phenomenal investors there who pointed me in the right direction to get started in real estate investing. And that's where my journey started, was investing in my first real estate property. That was in 2012. Right before that, I did start with network marketing or multi-level marketing. I know that doesn't have a positive stigma or positive perception in a lot of spaces, but I got a lot out of network marketing, including beginning my personal development journey. That was a huge piece for me. And connections, meeting people who we still love and chat with, and that are like family with us till this day. So that, as far as business ownership or business experience, that was where it began for me. Okay. And that's how it started. And those roots for me, the way it impacted how I show up now in business is that, I understand where we're coming from. Yeah, I understand what it feels like when you're doing everything you at least are aware of and it's not working. Yeah. And you're just searching, trying to find something else. And business ownership has been just that for me, because not only has it been the personal development piece, but financially it works, right? And then also when it comes to generational wealth or building something that lasts or really putting who you are out into the world, business ownership can be just that as well, because your business ends up being a reflection of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've worn many hats: radiation specialist, pastor, coach, and entrepreneur. How have those different paths helped serve people more powerfully in your business?
Understanding. Man, understanding. And this is something I know you hear, knowledge is power, you know, money is power. You hear a lot of different things. Yeah. I've been saying this recently, perception is power. Mm. You can choose your perception, right? And in those different roles, in those different environments, and just in life, I've experienced dealing with, people on a lot of different levels, mainly myself. Yeah. Because as you go in different places and you show up at different roles, it may require a different piece of you. And that piece may or may not be developed. Don't run from that space if you end up in that kind of environment, right? But just realize that you can also grow and develop skills. But it's brought me to a place to where I recognize that how we view ourselves and others changes how we interact with one another, changes how we start to behave, and it ultimately changes the results that we get.
Right.
So from being a pastor to being an entrepreneur to being a coach or consultant, getting to know people, connecting with people in those different areas has helped me to see, like, man, not only are we showing up like this in business or in the church, but we're also showing up like this at home and with our spouses and with our children, right? Because wherever you go, there you are.
Right.
Right. So being able to see it from different perspectives and realize that, oh, this is the common thread between all of those. Like, this is the result that you're getting in all these different spaces. And here's the common thread. It's because you never really understood what love was. Right. Or you never really came to realize that while you're results driven, that you come off as aggressive. So when you're in this space of that, it's not received in the way that you intend. And then that creates a disconnect, which affects our relationships. Yeah. So it's helped me with my perspective. It's helped me show up different in a lot of different areas. And then also, which I believe is the primary one, is just helped me in realizing or developing a better understanding of other people, which helps me to basically love people better.
Yeah. What I took to you just shared all those hats, at the end of the day, don't forget to be human.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. That is key.
We're all human.
Can't escape that.
Everywhere.
Yep, if you figure out how to escape that, let me know. For sure.
So what's the heartbeat of your company? If someone has a team consulting, what would you say?
Improving the quality of life, hands down, improving quality of life. Yeah. And it's a no-brainer because, as I just shared with you, I've had various life experiences, from realizing what I didn't know to realizing what my strengths are and embracing those while recognizing what limitations those present and then working to account for those. It's an improved quality of life, because whether you're looking for a purpose in life, whether you're looking to, learn more, or if you want to connect more with people to be able to communicate better, if you're changing up your environment a bit, whatever it is, if you're just looking to earn more income or create a generational wealth, it's all about improving your quality of life. That's what we're really looking to do. At the end of the day, we're all trying to not just find our purpose, but improve our quality of life. And that's what we're about at A-Team Consulting, because we help not only the business owners who bring us in to do the developments and the trainings and that sort of thing, but we're also improving the quality of life for the people who are experiencing the workshops and the trainings we're doing, because it's raising their level of self-awareness and it impacts how they show up everywhere they go.
Right. Okay. You're certified in DISC. That's DISC. And use it as a foundation in your consulting work. Why is understanding behavior and communication such a game changer for businesses and teams?
Man. Because everywhere you go, there's people. Everything you do, there's people. I know AI is a huge thing and it's getting launched off. But the funny thing about that is what's running the energy behind it, the systems behind it, is people. So regardless of what you're looking to do, you're going to be communicating with people. And like you said, we're all human. So when you understand more about human behavior, what you're saying is you're learning more about your own behavior. And then you can recognize or more readily identify behavior in other humans or other people, whether it be close relatives, friends, family members, co-workers, associates, business partners, whomever you're dealing with. So as we learn more about ourselves, we can develop to a place to where we can recognize, okay, these are the adjustments that I need to make, and then also recognize why other people show up the way they do, which helps us to, it helps in our interactions. It helps us to realize that what we perceive or someone's behavior isn't necessarily directly reflective of what we think their intentions are. And that is a huge takeaway when it comes to this theory, because it focuses on human behavior, right? So while we can observe someone's behavior and we can recognize that yes, this happened. Yes, they just crossed their legs, or yes, they just made a face, or yes, they tend to move really fast. What we have to also recognize is that what we don't know are their true intentions behind that behavior unless we ask, unless we talk to them, unless we're able to communicate. And that's one of the huge takeaways with it. And I would love to iterate this because, and I actually use a quick exercise at the beginning of most of my workshops, and it's called silence, is what it's called. And when I open a workshop, I'll introduce myself and I won't say anything for about 30 seconds. And I'll start a timer. Maybe I'll gaze around the room, make eye contact with a few people, maybe pick up a notepad or something. And then at the end of the 30 seconds, I'll ask, what did you observe? And most times people will say, hey, I was trying to figure out, were you nervous? Like, did you forget what you were supposed to say? Right? We have all these thoughts that we're processing, making judgments of what the behaviors are, what's going on around us. But the reality is you have no idea what I'm thinking. You have no idea what my internal reality is unless I can effectively communicate it. And it's just to show that we need to be more observant of people's behavior and our own so that we can show up how we really intend. Yeah.
And maybe less judgmental.
Absolutely. More tolerant, because there's a progression. First, it's the recognition or the understanding. You're now aware that this is reality. And then you can tolerate it more. Other people's behaviors that may, quote unquote, get on your nerves. Or I can't stand when, or this person you just rubbed me the wrong. And it's like, okay, what was the behavior? Why is that a trigger for me?
Right.
Getting that awareness and then working through that piece. So then you can go from the tolerance to the acceptance and recognizing the other person's value and then work through that process. And before you know it, you're connecting with people who you never had the ability to. Yeah.
Right. You focus on helping small and mid-sized businesses scale. What are some of the biggest blind spots you see that hold teams back, and how do you help fix them?
Skills, the soft skills, hands down. Business owners focus so much on technical ability, knowledge, specific expertise, to where you almost don't even have to think about that anymore. Right now, I'm not devaluing an accountant's ability or, an attorney's ability or their knowledge of law. I'm not discounting that because that's very important. But when that specific professional starts a business or they start their own practice, or now they have a team to lead, and their expectancy is their people, their group, however you want to term it, they have an expectancy of their level of knowledge. But what they don't account for is that you hired the wrong person to do the wrong thing, right? We have to look at our natural wiring, our preferences, and how we show up in those behavioral tendencies when it comes to what we expect or what we desire from people. So usually that business owner, the entrepreneur, or really people in general, the business will reflect their own behavior. So if they're not structured, neither will their business be. Or if they're poor communicators, it's likely that there's poor communication in your organization, right? So when you don't recognize whoever you are, however you are, there you are, right? When you don't recognize that and your organization reflects it, it ends up being a really big blind spot. And through helping the awareness piece, focusing in on, hey, not only is this a challenge in your business, but this is probably something that you deal with at home too. If we're being honest about it, helping them through the awareness process and that they believe it or accept it, then you can start to make the necessary adjustments.
There was a question I meant to ask you. Can you tell us what DISC stands for?
Actually, there's 4 concepts. And those words in the DISC analogy acronym stands for dominance, inducement, compliance, and steadiness. And there's actually 4 different personality styles. So the founder, or not the founder, but the person who developed this theory, his name was William Moulton Marston. it's about 100-year-old research now. He started the research that others built on to develop different assessments and personality assessments to figure out how we show up. And those words just are terms that more readily identify how we tend to behave in certain scenarios. Now, all people are wired with all four styles, but we'll typically gravitate to or express ourselves in one or two dominant styles. We'll call it a dominant and then a secondary. And then the other ones also come into play, just depending on environment, desired result, who you're around, that sort of thing. Yep.
Okay. So come back. So tell us about a transformation story. One client, a team, a business that saw a breakthrough working with A-Team Consulting.
Yeah,
What changed?
I'll share two. One of them, actually a daycare here in Columbia, South Carolina. And I have a really good relationship with the owners. And working within the daycare, I was able to show this particular client that how they believed they were being perceived. They weren't aware of how they were being received in the company, in the business. And because of that disconnect, it created or creates, people don't recognize really what their roles are. And then they don't really know from day to day what the expectation of them is, right? And then when they recognize the gap, sometimes they don't really know who to communicate it to. And then when they did communicate it, they didn't really feel like things were being followed through. But I was able to really sit down with those owners, help them come together, because there's more than one, to really create more of a united front for the team or for the rest of the organization. And with that, they recognize, okay, now there's communication happening. It's improved. Then they recognize also that there was more structure in place. Now there's systems that we're going to put around recruiting. There's systems we're going to put around our handbook, and we're going to hold these things. We're going to hold people accountable to know, not just know the handbook, but also enforce what's in it for the leadership that's in the organization. From the top down. Those are just some of the things we did, and then also work within the organization to raise the level of awareness with all of their respective employees, to have them understand, hey, these people need to be doing these things, and then coaching or doing executive coaching with the leadership. Because as any organization seeks to grow or scale, what we're looking to do is grow the people within it. Because if they knew what to do, or if they had the ability, they would already be doing it, right? So it's about growing the leadership, helping the owners sometimes, and then also the organization and the people in it. And then there's another smaller business owner who was in the process of transitioning out of her job because of a medical issue. And when I first started coaching her or speaking with her, man, it just hit deep. I was like, yeah, we really got to get her a result. Like, we absolutely had no question about it. She needs to be able to walk away from that job with her head held high and not be concerned about healthcare, because that's another piece, right? So that was early last year, spring last year, when I first started coaching her, and I'm thankful for it. She sent a message to myself and my wife about a month and a half or 2 months ago of a screenshot of the revenue she generated just from the first few months of this year. And it was already at the level of her salary. I was just thankful. I was thankful. And I was like, man, this is awesome. And this is why we do this. This is why we do this, is to really help people get to where they really want to be. Yeah.
As a Black entrepreneur building in the leadership and development space, what have been some of your biggest challenges, and how have you pushed through them?
It's been me. It's been me. There's stuff. There's environmental challenges. There's resources. There's knowledge gaps, right? Especially as a minority business owner, a Black business owner, we experience all of those things.
Yeah.
all of those things are surmountable. You can overcome all of those things. There's organizations like this. There's organizations that are nonprofits that are really looking to help minority business grow and develop. There's free business resources for most small businesses, like SCORE is a good one, score.org. They help small businesses as well and work to bridge that gap. If you were to just Google organizations that help minority businesses, you would come up with a really good list of organizations that you could reach out to, just simply Googling it on your phone. So we have the ability to overcome those things. But what we don't focus on, though, usually is me. What do I need to do different? How do I need to develop? If there's a skill that you need to develop, if there's a communication barrier, I need to be able to communicate more effectively. I need to connect with people more authentically, if that's the case. Or I just need to get it done. Maybe you're a person that procrastinates all the time, right? Or you get distracted. Oh, what I need is focus, or I need accountability. Like really getting clear on the stuff that was holding me, the changes that I needed to make. And just to make it more practical, I also, like you said, investing in real estate. One of the things that I realized was I was trying to do it all just because of the way I show up in the DISC assessment, or the flight assessment is what I use. Just because of how I show up and looking at my own assessment, I was like, oh, I'm just trying to do it all myself. Mm-hmm. But I can't do all those things at the same time. Can't do it. I need help. But my preference is not to communicate that. So it's like, okay, I got to come out of that. I got to make an adjustment. So awareness is the first piece, and then realizing it is true. That's the acceptance piece. What's the adjustment? What am I going to do different? Okay, now I'm going to take action on that. And then also putting accountability partners in. Man, accountability partners are a powerful tool. So if you don't have somebody that's holding you accountable for what you're really seeking to do, or things that you say you want to do other than yourself, because you'll lie to yourself. You'll tell yourself something. No, I'm not going to eat that cheesecake. And then 10, 12 o'clock, you creep in the kitchen. That cheesecake is screaming your name in the refrigerator. And it's like, I'm going to slide me a little piece. And before you know it, half of it's gone, right? When you have somebody else that's holding you accountable, you're about 60 to 80% more likely to actually achieve the goal. So putting those things in place, putting the systems around you so that you can be more effective.
Okay. For someone listening right now who feels stuck in life, in business, and in purpose, what's one truth or principle you'd want them to hear from you today?
Wherever you go, there you are. Wherever you go, there you are. I really want you to hear and receive that. There's a common denominator with every result that you're getting. There's a common denominator, and the reality is it's you. That's the reality. It's you. So, man, I can go on that for a while. So I really want you to recognize that the only limitation is ones that you've put on yourself. And then your behaviors create limitations. So while it helps you in some scenarios, it hurts you in others. So I'm going to make it practical. Because some people love to talk a lot. And that's okay when it's the time for it. But then that same strength that you have when you get in a different environment, it hurts you. So recognize when those situations or those times are, when it's most practical, when it's most applicable, and when it's going to help you, and you walk in your strength. And when you recognize it's going to hurt you, you stop and you do something different. So what the same thing that's helping you can be hurting you. Your strength presents limitations. Realize that. And then wherever you go, there you are. So that same limitation is going to pop up in your relationships, personally, in your business, whether you're involved in different organizations, if you're doing community work, whatever it is. Yep. Whoever you are, wherever you go, there you are. Yeah.
Okay. So I would like for you to expound on that, because there are cases where people, when they see their weaknesses, they don't ever see they don't know their strengths. They don't ever see their strengths as a weakness, even in different scenarios or in amongst different people or in different rooms. So someone who is trying to figure out when that strength, like they're trying to determine if this is a scenario where my strength is going to be my weakness or it's going to sabotage what I'm trying to accomplish. Do you have a method for that, or a series of questions you can ask yourself, or like a quick assessment of the situation to help you determine where you should shine here or just calm down a bit right now in this space?
You ask myself from time to time. And the question I ask myself is, do I double down or pull back? That's the question I ask myself. Double down or pull back? Do I change my approach? So with different personality styles, with the assessment, there's going to be different things that should be yellow flag. I'll say yellow flags, caution to you. Like you slow down, not necessarily, okay, I need to stop right now. But it's like, okay, I need to slow down and think about this thing or consider. So if I'll use a high D personality style, right? What we do is we execute, we perform, we get it done, right? Oftentimes very tenaciously, to the point to where the experience we're not concerned about. And when I say the experience, we don't care if it hurts, we don't care if it's painful, none of that stuff. It's like, no, I have a goal, I have a result that I'm looking for, and I'm driving toward this result, right? But if people around you are hurting, right? If the people around you are hurting and it's creating, basically getting you further away from the goal, then it's like, okay, I need to reassess my approach, right? Now, like you asked, I like that you asked in the scenario preemptively, because that's important. Because what I just shared came and comes. I said came because that's my personal experience, right? Came and comes with experience, with just that. As we grow, as we develop, we see different scenarios to where it hurts or it helps, right? Now, there's also a person who likes to plan and they want to know everything up front. They want to sit down, and before they leave their house, they want to know which route they're taking, at what point are they putting the key in the ignition, what gear they're going to shift to at what point, right? They want to know all the details. What I like to tell those people is, when your thought process becomes fearful, then it's time to stop thinking and start doing, right? Because a lot of people tend to overthink. So if that's you, if you tend to overthink, whatever the next step is that you're supposed to take, stop thinking and planning 40 steps out and do the first next best step. And then for other people, kind of get stuck in their pace, like they want things to move, like there's an adjustment to be made there as well, right? And personally, I like a really fast pace, and I've had to make corrections for that. That correction is when I'm partnered with someone and that person also moves really fast, I need to find someone else that we can bring on it, who can help, who's going to slow things down. But so much stuff. We're going to miss so much detail, and then we're going to get on the other side of the thing and realize, oh, this isn't done, that isn't done, this isn't done. Yeah, we got to the big picture, but we should not have missed this, right? So there's a few things I want you to hear in this. One is that a lot of that knowing that you asked about is going to come with experience. A lot of it's going to come with experience. Another piece is surround yourself with people who have different personality styles other than yours, and use those people as counsel for you. If you can't necessarily afford to go to a consultant, or if you don't necessarily have connections to hire someone, or you don't have the funds to bring someone on staff per se, you may know someone who has that natural gifting that you can leverage and say, look, this is what we're doing. This is the game plan. What is your opinion on this? Let them weigh in as well. So you want to include not as many other people, because there's some people, as we all know in life, that you need to keep far away from your business, right? Or your relationship, whatever it is. But having that wise counsel around you that you can leverage their expertise or their knowledge or their natural gifting, their styles, essentially, so that you can really get the result that you really want. And, the awareness of yourself and how you show up as well is key in that experience. Yeah, and I hope that answers your question. Does that help? Because if you need some more deep, like if you want to get a little bit deeper on that, we can. But I want to make sure I get your curiosity satisfied. Yeah.
No, you did.
Cool.
It gives me. I was thinking along the lines of like reading the room. Like if this is the scenario, this is how I normally am. Like some people have that ability to read the room, somebody who has a booming personality, but when they're around certain people or in certain spaces, you notice like a shift in their energy, and it's not in a bad way. But then there's some people, they're being themselves, and it's like, dude, read the room. Like just feel the energy. Like, what are you missing? Like, and then for some people, they really don't mean to. They don't know how to do that assessment. So go ahead.
That's good. So the awareness piece, it starts with awareness. So if they don't know, you don't know what you don't know. If no one ever tells them and they don't ever have a tool that says or shows them that this is happening, then they'll never realize it and they'll just keep rocking along. It's I don't know if I'm going to use this example, right? A really close friend of mine had a stench, right? Like I loved him to life, but he smelled bad. I never had the heart to tell him. We just hung out. He would come to the apartment. In the car, I would just make sure I opened the windows. It didn't matter how hot or how cold it was. I would crack the. I never said anything to him because my assumption was he knows. I had another. It was at this time. It was actually a supervisor pulled me aside. He's like, "That's your friend, right?" I was like, "Yeah, that's like a brother to me." He was like, "Well, you need to talk to him about his smell." I was like, "All right, this is awkward." He was like, "Yeah, you need to talk to him about his smell because it's creating a problem. And I mean, it could create some serious problems with his employment." I was like, "Okay." So I had the conversation with him. And once I had the conversation with him, he changed his behavior. So to a person who doesn't have the ability to read the room, that's why they have good connections and they have relationships, because hopefully those people are caring enough to say, hey, in this environment, you need to dial it back a little bit. Just pay attention. Something that's going to catch their attention to raise their level of awareness so that they can see themselves a little bit more objectively, so that they can make the adjustment that they need to make. And other than that, other than utilizing the people or the relationships around you, or us raising our awareness and telling people, we can use psychometric tools. We can use the flight assessment. That's what it's for. It's to show people, and we need to get this awareness out to way more people so that you can show up how you intend, and you can really get the result that you intend. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if someone is ready to level up their leadership, build a stronger team, or bring you in for a workshop, what's the best way for them to connect and get started?
Text or call 757-799-1936. Again, that's 757-799-1936. Or you can email at Wise Counsel, spelled just like it sounds, WISECOUNSEL at thesm.org. So that's at THESM.org. And just reach out, and I respond pretty readily, for the most part. I respond pretty readily. So those would be the best ways to connect. And let's get that ball rolling.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much for sharing your business and the impact that you can have on our audience today if they decide to work with you. Well, everybody, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App $BBXUSA to donate. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2025. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Donicia Barnes. I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will have a fireside chat with Stephanie Hopkins. Stephanie Hopkins is the CEO and founder of Black Wall Street Title, LLC, a social enterprise title agency specializing in heirs, property, and probate. With 20 plus years in risk management and advanced training in community real estate development and legal studies, she helps families turn tangled titles into generational wealth. A licensed title agent and best-selling co-author, she's been featured in Bold Journey magazine and on podcasts for her work in empowering historically disadvantaged communities through clarity, education, and real estate equity. I present to you Stephanie Hopkins.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how you doing, Miss Stephanie?
I'm well. How about yourself, Miss Barnes?
I am doing phenomenal.
Good, good.
Genius,
Thank you for having me.
And I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's get to it. How does being a social enterprise shape the way Black Wall Street Title serves families and communities differently?
Yes. So Black Wall Street Title has a nonprofit arm. It's Embracing Life Development, Inc. And what it does is it affords affordable and accessible estate planning tools to the historically disadvantaged communities.
Okay. What misconceptions do people often have about probate, title work, and property ownership?
So with probate, the misconception is that it is just paperwork, right? Probate is not paperwork. It's not a signature. It's nothing that you can Google or go to a YouTube university. It is a process. It is a legal process, timely at times. So that's the misconception on the probate. As far as title, the importance of title, right? You're purchasing a property. You want to make sure that you not only own it, but you want to make sure your property rights are fully yours. So that's what title does. It makes sure by doing the investigation on the land, right, that the individual that owns the land has the right, for one, to sell it, and that for two, that they're not transferring over any debt to you. If they do, then we have to make sure that the seller resolves all of their debt at the closing, if possible. So that's the importance of title insurance in the title work. It also provides coverage for you and your heirs as long as you live in that property. So that's another item in regards to the title work. And in regards to, what was the last one?
Property ownership.
Property ownership, yes. So the misconception on that is people think once they pay off the home, that it's rightfully theirs.
Right.
And technically, you will never own the land. You will own the structure on it, but not the land. So you will have to continue, as long as you're in the States, to pay taxes on the land. If you do not, they will take your land and your structure, and you will have nothing. So that's the misconception in property ownership, is that once the house is paid off, you do nothing else but live in it. And that is not true. You have to continue to pay the taxes on the property itself.
Well, is it possible to own the title to the land?
You will never own the property. Ever. The property, and this is how I help people to look at it. So people refer to it as parcel. You've heard of a parcel ID?
Right.
Well, it's actually a tax ID. So they call it a parcel, but it's also a tax ID. And the taxes that we pay pays for the schools, the libraries, the police departments, fire departments. So that's why it's imperative that we continue to pay our taxes. If not, it will be sold for a tax certificate. So the county is like, listen, we need our money to continue to provide the services to our other citizens, right? And if you don't do that, they will find someone that will, and they will pay, they will allow for the person to retrieve interest holding your tax certificate until you pay your taxes. And if not, then the person has the ability to retain the rights to your property.
Oh, wow. So what's one misconception that surprised you most when you started doing this work?
The one misconception was about the tax, right? The taxes on the land. That my parent owns this home and we own it and we don't need to do anything else but live in it. That was the most surprising thing to me when I got into this field, was how people really did not have a full understanding of the importance of paying your taxes and about liens. If you have child support liens, RICO liens, they will attach to your property or to any property that you own. So if you go to sell your property, you would have to pay the liens that are on there before you can actually sell it and retrieve the funds from it. So those are the two things. They think that, the credit report, right, that's all the world talks about.
Right.
But the title is actually a house report, because we pull it. And not all things show up on your title, on your credit report, but it'll also show up on your title. There's cars that have been placed on there, like I said, child support. There have been people who have gone to jail and haven't paid their restitution. That goes on there. So anything federal, they call them federal liens, they will go on your property, as well as anything else. Mechanic liens. If someone did work on your home, you don't pay them, then they will put a mechanic's lien on your home. So there's a lot of things that people think that their home is untouchable when it comes to debt, but it is not.
Okay. You also work with out-of-state and international heirs. Yes. How did you recognize the need to serve such a unique group?
Well, I am an heirs property owner myself, out of state. And when I went through that process, I said, my goodness, just imagine what an individual may feel that is coming to the state of Florida, has no clue of the legal process and the requirements for owning property in Florida, but they live out of state or internationally. So I picked that as a niche because it was important to have a individual, a one-stop shop or source that you can come to that will have all the tools you need for you to handle that property here in Florida. So feeling the pain of that, it made me want to work in that area.
Do you serve all 50? Do you serve clients from all 50 states?
As long as the property is here in Florida, yes. I'm
Ah.
licensed in Florida.
Okay. Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
You do a lot of educating, especially around probate and heirs property. What is this? Why is this education so urgent right now?
Very good question. We're living in a time, an unprecedented time, right? That we've never seen before. We've gone through well, we haven't, but the world has gone through the Reconstruction era, the an industrialized era, and now we're in a digital era. And so what's happening is the Reconstruction era and the an industrial era, they're having the changing of the guards. They're passing away. And of that group, you have the disadvantaged individuals that own the property but did not have the tools, such as estate planning, in order to protect it, which causes property to pass without proper ownership, which causes a tangled title, which leads to what the USDA calls the #1 cause of Black land loss. Over approximately $32 billion is due to lack of estate planning. So right now, there is information, data that states by 2053, African Americans' wealth may dwindle to zero, and that by 2044, the world will be a minority nation. So when I did a workshop, I mentioned that, and I had asked, I said, well, do you think that's true, that by 2053, African Americans' wealth may dwindle to zero? And there were a lot of people that said no. And I asked them why. And they said, well, we have the biggest buying power. We have this $18 trillion, buying power. We can shut down anything. And I said, absolutely, we can. And we have done it, right? Collectively. However, that's just consumption.
Right.
We're not talking about protection.
Right.
So if we don't protect it, I do see it being a possibility by 2053, our wealth dwindles to zero. So if we have the capability of consuming that amount, we have that capability with the right care and information and education to do great things and to build our wealth tremendously.
And to protect it.
Absolutely. And one of the biggest issues in regards to that is the homes, right? People consider themselves just homeowners, but I want them to look at themselves as investors because that's what they are. They have invested in one home. They may not have multiple, but it's one. That home has invisible money, and it's called home equity. So when their loved one passes away, let's say the grandparents, right? Because now we're in the era of the changing of the guards from the Reconstruction era, where again, people did not have the proper estate planning, and it dwindles down into the households, right? So then now the system is working. So you have the same belief in that same household. So no one knows about estate planning because it was not talked about at the dinner table. And that's why the loss is so large. So when I come about and I speak about it, they're like, well, wait, how do you know about this? And the first thing they say is no one ever in our household talked about this situation. So that's the reason why I talk about it. I want it to become more conversational. I
Wow.
want it to be an everyday conversation, just like you would talk about a Netflix movie. Well, let's talk about what, Mama Bryant want, right? Let's put that in writing.
Right.
These are the errors in time that if you don't put it in writing, it didn't happen. Most people say, well, write your vision, make it plain in reference only to goals. That's actually in anything you do. If you want an application, you fill it out in what? Right?
Right.
So if you want a will or you want your estate plan, trust, whatever your household meets the requirements for, then you need to write it and make it plain so someone can follow it.
And make sure people know where it is, where it's stored.
That's right. Know where it is, right? And because, again, our elderly, right, they hide things. So I tell people, before you discard anything, look underneath mattresses, right?
Well, look
Dresses.
inside the mattress.
That's right. Look inside the mattress, under the shoe soles of the bottom of the shoes, everything, because they weren't, they didn't have a good relationship with the financial institutions either.
Yeah.
So it's imperative that the African American, Black, Brown, Indigenous community understand what this is and how it impacts not just the economic part, but the family dynamics as well. Because you don't know your family until someone passes away. And that's where, crisis shows your character.
So follow up, what's the cost to people not knowing this information?
Oh, it is huge. It's your family dynamic. People stop talking to one another. It is the family home potentially that you grew up in, that your kids grew up in, and that's all that they know. So now you're talking about potential evictions or selling the home way lower than what it's actually worth because it has accumulated code enforcement liens and things of that nature that you are not aware of, right? And of those uncertainties, most people don't know who to ask, so they do nothing. And doing nothing is the biggest thing that you can do because it costs you everything.
Yeah, literally.
But again, if you have someone like myself out here speaking, bringing awareness, right, of a conversation that we normally don't have, how to deal with attorneys, how to ask certain questions, it starts turning the wheels and saying, oh, okay, well, let me refer back to, Stephanie's LinkedIn or her Facebook, and she talked about this topic, to help, because if you don't know what you don't know.
Right.
And this is not a blame game or judgment because it was systematic and it's still systematic. It's just a modern day version of it. So when you see something, you do something about it. And that's what I'm doing.
Well, we thank you.
Thank you.
What surprises your clients most about working with you compared to a traditional title company?
My communication style, for one, that I'm kind, that I listen, and that I listen to help, right? I just don't dismiss you or don't take your thoughts and feelings into consideration, because that is important. And I want all of us to be on the same accord, which makes things work much quicker and efficiently, right?
Right.
And for us to leave with a great relationship.
Okay. What's the biggest lesson you want heirs, entrepreneurs, and property owners to understand before it's too late?
The importance of estate planning and succession planning for businesses. It's called short sleeves to short sleeves, 3 generations. And what that means for business owners is that you have your first generation, which accumulates all the money, right? And then you have your second generation that has done nothing but spend, spend, spend. And then by the third generation, the money has dwindled. So it's very important to understand how to secure your wealth and secure it appropriately if you want your business to sustain more than the second generation. As far as, and that goes for whether you're rich or poor, ultra rich, because probate, heirs property, it doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care about the system of sameness. It doesn't care about race, wealth, none of that. Death is the equalizer, the greatest equalizer there is. And when it's time for you to meet your demise, and if you don't have your stuff together, we will all end up in that same abyss of probate. So that's why I'm in this space to educate so people can put their things in order.
Okay. What's the biggest lesson you want heirs, entrepreneurs, and property owners to understand before it's too late?
And with all things, gain an understanding that estate planning is not an option. There, it's the law of the land. And what I have realized the longer I live is that the world is retroactive. It's not proactive. It waits for things to happen, right?
About it.
Absolutely. It's more the rule of assumption of risk more than, to say, well, let's put all of these things in order. Prime example. So you would rather make sure that for car insurance, let me do that because I used to be a bodily injury litigation adjuster. So like the state of Florida requires a driver to carry PIP, which is personal injury protection insurance, right? At the minimum if the car is paid for. But if you hurt someone else, then you tell me, well, I don't have bodily injury coverage. I don't have it because it's not a requirement. But you really hurt someone. And sometimes you've even, killed someone. But you want me to protect myself, but not protect the other person. So to me, that's just weird. It's like, if you want me to protect me, then I should also be required to protect the individual, any person that I may strike, right? Or how we as individuals, let's say we get in trouble, we're quick to pay a criminal attorney.
Yeah.
But we won't pay a probate. And you end up paying more for the criminal attorney than you do for the probate, for the estate planning attorney, right?
Right.
So it's just where we place our priorities, right? And where you spend your money is where your heart is. So if you say you love your family, then you need to protect them and have something in place that will step in your shoes, right? Besides estate planning, you would want to capitalize on insurance, all the risk documents and products they are, because that's when you're born into life. Someone should say, You're born into risk, and you need to protect that. That's what you need to protect. Don't worry about, looking grandiose. And who is that for? That's for someone else, right? Your
Yeah.
family too much really don't care as long as you're there.
Yeah.
You're there for them. So you're polishing up for someone else, and you're doing all these things for someone else. And then you die, then your family is like, oh my God,
Right.
you know,
You spent all this money on stuff, but you couldn't get a policy.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it's okay to go on cruises and things like that, but start an estate planning fund, right? Or a risk management fund. Get insurance and interview insurance agents, more than one, to make sure that you're properly protected, that once you leave, you have documents in order that will stand in your shoes to still protect your family and keep a roof over their heads, right?
Right.
Mainly for kids. There's a strong statistic that says that one eviction can affect a child for the rest of their life,
Mm.
And for them not to understand, right? It's huge. All they know is that they're required to leave. Well, why are we leaving?
Right.
Well, I don't know. We own this house and they took it from us. No, that's not exactly how it goes. And that's what I explained too. Going back to taxes, right?
Yeah.
You have to pay those taxes, or someone else will pay them, and then someone else will take your home. And sometimes they may make you a tenant in your own home.
Mm. Mm. Well, I want to ask about your companies. Now, I want to be clear that I understand. Black Wall Street, Title LLC, and Embracing Life are two different
entities. That is correct.
Okay. So tell me about Embracing Life. What is Embracing Life?
So Embracing Life is our nonprofit agency that specializes in estate planning, right? We want to make sure that the historically disadvantaged have affordable estate planning, not just a kit, right? I am not so much a component for the kits, but I'm for DIY on things. But there's just some things that you just can't DIY all the time. And when I began to understand how the kits work, which is fine if you're just real basic, right? But just think about it. You going in there and you filling out a template. So are you going in there and modifying the template to fit your needs, or are you just trying to fit your needs within the scope of this template? All right.
Well, the template's adjustable? Like you can't add text to it, or is it pretty much just a static format?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. But if they are, then what are you doing? Because you can think you're doing something right, but you're actually doing it wrong, especially if you have a blended family, right? You want to make sure that the kids that you had before the marriage are still taken care of. When I tell you, estate planning is so complex, and I'm not saying that to have people to speak to attorneys. I am so serious because of the dynamics and the wording. The wording is everything.
Sure
And
is.
yes, and when I say
as and or
yeah, and even more than that, I'm just saying wills. There's more than one will. You have your living will, you have your sweetheart will, you have your disclaimer will. There's more than one trust. You have your Q-tip trust, you have your insurance trust, you have your revocable, irrevocable trusts. You have, there's like an array of, I can just go on and on. So when we say wills and trusts, we're just giving you just the surface, but now you have to go deeper. And in each one of those documents, it has different verbiage. So these attorneys, they actually do cater, right, and customize pulling from different places, to make sure that it fits your needs. Now, can you do that with a wills kit?
No.
I'm just saying.
And do they even talk about trust in the wills kit? I don't think they do.
It's an option. And some people think, it has to be an and or if you want a will or a trust. But you can have both.
Right.
But again, it's imperative to understand what these tools are. And I just did a post on LinkedIn the other day about the importance of asking the appropriate questions to attorneys, because they're not all the same.
Yeah.
There are a lot of attorneys who have not encountered heirs property, but they will in the next coming 20 years. That's a specialty within itself, because it's the dynamics of the family, right? And the race, right? We communicate differently. When we're passionate about something, our tone may change, and then some people may think that we're too much and too aggressive. And no, we're just looking for clarity. But if you don't understand how a culture operates, then you will misread them, which may lead to misleading them, right? Because you don't want to be bothered with them, so you'll tell them anything
just to get
them. And that's something that we have to keep in mind. So I wrote down some interview questions on there for people just to start jogging, to ask these attorneys, and mainly watch the attorney's body language. That'll tell you a lot too. How do you feel? Do you feel seen? Do you feel safe?
Do you feel heard?
Absolutely. Do you feel heard? Because that's more important than anything. And I think we just give people too much credit for these titles. We're no more than the child that we grew up in. So if we grew up in a safe space, not used to having dialects of other cultures, knowing how to handle conflict resolutions, then everything to you is going to be hard because you don't know how to deal with that.
Yeah.
And you're just a kid growing up as an adult with the same belief systems.
So I have two. I'm going to make them two separate questions because they're two separate things. What's the bigger vision for Black Wall Street title?
I want Black Wall Street title to be global. I want it to make a huge impact in the historically parts of our culture in the BIPOC community. I want it to be a safe space for people to come to and to have open conversations and questions and to get the right answers, right? That's what my vision is for Black or Wall Street title.
Okay. And what is your bigger vision for Embracing Life?
For Embracing Life to change the trajectory of our future, right? To be a sustainable culture instead of being that $18 trillion buying power. Yes, thank you. $18 trillion, right, commodity, right? I was buying things for that to be an asset so we can be sustainable. And the only way you can actually protect your wealth is through estate planning and some type of insurance. That, in all honesty, that's it. And people think it's any other rhyme or reason. It isn't. It's written in law. It's the law. And I tell people that, when you know the law, that's when you learn about all the nuances of the world.
Yeah.
Right. You don't have to know all of it, but know some of it. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So this is not an option, although the world made it one, right? This is not an option. This is a necessity. And I need for anyone who's listening to this to understand that. Don't think, well, I don't have enough assets. You do.
Yeah, you got something to protect.
You have something. And something as simple as, I challenge anyone that's listening to go to your bank and put a beneficiary on your bank account.
And that was the first thing that came to mind.
Yep.
I was like, everybody got something to protect. That was the first thing that came to mind, was that bank account.
That's right. It's payable upon death beneficiary. The individual, whomever you list, they cannot access your account until you pass away. And that is very important because most families need the money that's in the account for the burial.
The burial, yeah.
Right. And when someone passes away, I need for people to understand this too. Everything is frozen in time. Everything. If that was the sole person and nothing else was in their name, everything is frozen in time. Please understand that. So there's no need to go to the bank and get all upset and do all this rah-rah, because it's the law. The people are following the laws of the land, the same ones I'm telling you now. So if you don't do nothing else, do that. And that is so simple. It doesn't cost you a thing. You just walk into the bank, speak to the bank representative and tell them that you want to put a payable upon death beneficiary or beneficiaries on your account, and at least give your family that ability to have access to that money so they can do what they need to do, even if it's to file the probate documents, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a filing charge for that, and probate is very expensive. So not everyone would assets qualify for a trust, but it qualifies for a will. And if you need, and if you have a will, have it in order. So if it does go through probate, it'll go through probate a little bit quicker, right? Because probate can take some time. When it gets into probate, that's when most families just want to start having family therapy, blame, point fingers. That is not the time to do it,
right?
Because you're eating up your legacy, right? So yeah, all of this stuff is a part of life, and we should tell people about it from day one. So when someone opts in and have a child, put a life insurance policy on them. Yeah. Have one on yourself too.
Yeah.
So yeah, all of these risk factors that we have to protect ourselves on. They make us carry car insurance. They make us carry house insurance. Those are mandatory.
Asset.
That's right. And they protect their asset. But who's protecting you?
Right.
And your asset, which is your family, right? Not just the structure of the home. Your family is an asset too.
Yeah. So a lot of your work centers around providing clarity before people even realize that they need it. What does that kind of proactive support look like for the families and investors you serve?
Well, again, because probate and heirs property is so complex, if you have someone that has a legal mind but has a person's heart, right, to bring it down to layman's term, that's what I do. And when I do that, we can have an open dialogue, and then people gain understanding and clarity. Once you do that, you can make an informed decision. You can start getting curious, and then the wheels start turning. Because what the system does not want you to do is to be curious. They want you to be silly.
Or be ready. They don't want you to be ready.
They don't want you to be ready either.
That's free assets for them.
That's right. So stay informed, stay empowered, and that's why I give so much clarity, because I need people to move right now at the speed of lightning.
At the speed of yesterday.
Yes, as of yesterday. as of yesterday, because
I'm sorry, go ahead.
that's okay, because $84 trillion is scheduled to change hands between now and 2045. And I don't want our BIPOC community or indigenous individuals, people of color, to miss out due to lack of estate planning. And although, as I tell people, we know how we got here, we understand that, but we need to work on fixing it, not to just stay stuck on, well, this happened, this happened. Okay, but tell me, what are we going to do to fix it? Let's put our talents in this earth and provoke change, sustainable change, so our family can sit back and cross their toes and wiggle them at night and, in their bed when we're no longer here, and praise us, right? Instead of being upset at the graveyard, throwing a hissy fit.
Something that my grandparents did is they made sure that they took care of their estate planning. And my family was aware of it. My mom and my aunt, they were aware of it, but the degree to which they made sure that everything was okay for them, and the only thing they had to pay for was those taxes. And the goal, I had this conversation with my grandmother, that they had in mind is no matter what their kids went out into the world to accomplish, they would always have a home to come back to. If they need to just come home, or if they need to come home, regroup, reset, and try again, that they always had that.
That was my parents. Yeah, that was my parents. Same mindset. Absolutely.
And that, my grandmother told me that probably when I was maybe 12, 13 years old. And so I always knew that I would own a home and that I was going to do the same thing for my children.
Yep, absolutely.
That's why having these conversations are so important. Having a home was more than just saying I own a house, but I want my kids to go out and do their thing and travel and whatever it is that they want to do in life. But if they ever need to reset and they need to regroup and they need to rebuild their foundation, that they have a place, that haven, where they have at least that space to rebuild, that safe place to rebuild.
Absolutely. And to use the money in the home, right? So if they ever need to use the money to reset or to help them build a business or send someone to college, they can do that as well. But another important thing too to remember is to check your estate plan regularly. If you don't have any life-changing issues, then you check it every 3 to 5 years. But you, just like your taxes, it'll ask you, did you have a baby? Did you move? Did you marry? Did you divorce? It's the same thing. You want to do the same thing. So if someone that you had as a beneficiary passed away, you need to revise that. If you had a baby, you need to include that.
Right.
If you got a divorce, you need to remove that and then add that. So apps is never a set it or forget it document. It's always a working document, right?
Mm-hmm. So another question here is how closely do you work with people who set up trust? Is that something you can assist them with, or do you refer them to someone to establish a trust for their families?
I do. I work very closely with individuals that establish trusts here in the state of Florida. My nonprofit has the ability to do trust small estate plans. It's called summary administrations. When someone has a small estate, we can help with simple estate plans. If it gets too big, then we do have attorneys that we refer them out to, vetted attorneys that understand our dynamics. So absolutely.
Okay. And then your Embracing Life nonprofit. Do you take donations?
We do.
Accept donations with services?
We
How can
do.
people support Embracing Life?
Yeah, so Embracing Life, we are a 509A2, I believe is what we are. So what that means is that we could take donations and we offer services, and that's the reason why that we do the estate planning services. So it can fund itself as well. So we're not relying solely on donations. Because you just, you want to have more irons in the pot in regards to that. And it gives us more control too, right? Because when you start taking monies from certain sources, then they can kind of dictate what you do. So I try to stay within the realm that allows me to do what the vision that God called me to do without any interference.
Mad at you. I ain't mad at you. Okay, let me see. What does that? Oh, I've already asked that question. Ooh, it's a good one.
Okay.
What legacy are you hoping to leave behind through your work?
Oh, wow.
No, before you answer that.
Okay.
I want to ask you this. You said you want to be global.
I do.
But you mostly work with people who got property in Florida.
Yes, meaning that for Black, I would have to get licensed in other states to do title work, right?
Right.
But I can be global for Black for people that live out of state and international that owns property here in Florida. So let's say, for instance, there's a lot of investors that live. I had one that lived in Europe, but owned property here in Florida. So they found me through, I think it was Facebook, they said, or some sort. And they contacted me because they had to do probate here. That's something too. Listen. If you own property in another state or states, you would have to do probate there as well as in the state that your loved one resided in. So you are in what state?
I'm in Georgia.
Okay, so you're in Georgia, and say your loved one has property in North Carolina, Florida, and let's say Michigan. You would have to probate, and the initial one will be done in Georgia. Then you have to do a probate in Florida, a probate in North Carolina, and a probate in Michigan. Those are called ancillary probates. So that's why it's important to understand now, if you have that scenario, this is not legal advice. It would be maybe behoove you to consider having a trust product, right? So you can keep all your eggs in one basket, and it'll help with that process and minimize the cost, right? So normally, if you have a trust and it's done right, it will bypass the probate process. So yeah, that's why I say this thing is serious. There's a lot of misinformation out there in the marketplace. Marketplace is known for its confusion. That's how the system works too, right? Because if you confuse, a confused mind won't make a decision.
Right.
So they do that as well. But back to the global. So global as far as title work, that's the goal for Black, but Black can actually, or is global as far as handling right, from different states. So meaning I want the structure of Black in different parts of the world, but right now I can handle anyone who owns property here in Florida, regardless of where they're at. If the property resides here in Florida, I can handle their probate property if they need to sell it. If they need to, we have a product called our death concierge service, that if an individual wants to sell an inherited property, they could contact us. We will make them, help them get acquainted, right? Most times people aren't aware of the property that they inherited. So we will, pull title reports. We will pull comps on it, so you can get a full holistic view of what this property is and what you can do with it. A financial snapshot of the property to try to help ease the process. And this is something that we offer to attorneys as well, the estate planning attorneys, because not all of them have title in their office. So the ones who don't, we do that as well. So it's for heirs as well as the attorneys. So yeah, so if someone is in Dubai, they own property here in Florida, then I'm their chick.
You're their lady. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last thing is I would like for you to share with the audience how they can connect with you and work with you.
Absolutely. So you can follow me on Facebook. I'm just Stephanie Hopkins on Facebook. And I'm the only one pretty much. You'll see my face on there. And then you can follow me on LinkedIn. I am Stephanie Hopkins, heirs property educator. So as soon as you type in Stephanie Hopkins, then you'll see heirs property educator on the end. You can call me at 813-331-5126. You can email me at info@stephanie-hopkins.com.
Mm-hmm.
And you can reach me at stephanie-hopkins.com.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing
Thank
your
you.
expertise with us and your mission.
Thank you.
Everyone, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential. Where business is broadcast live. Where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and out businesses. Today, we will be having a world premiere of Dr. Eric Kelly film.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we move through my timeline and move past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures. You know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader. Maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening, and seeing things that were going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bulk. You got to understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention? And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people, and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writings. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunately for many artists, they have what I would say some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said that each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct. You're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year, so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something, and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the links, best artist in the state. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television, on all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say that there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now. But before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing. Black men owned it. The Regal Theater, black men owned it. The barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think and then sail and do research. And so in doing my research,
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse. STEM
and so
City,
this has been
Black
a part of who I've always been,
Hulu,
is the kind
Amazon,
of person who looks
YouTube,
at something from a
iHeartRadio,
perspective,
Apple,
and instead
Facebook,
of asking a question,
LinkedIn,
I
Pod TV,
delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students says to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you trying to draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions, and I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraitures, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to Black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about Black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many Black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the Black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a Black artist. And one of the reasons that I've moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as an Black man artist, even though I'm a Black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being Black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artists. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. It's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion and feelings and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, Over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are